as we drive for miles to that little town called home. Tinsel hangs from every corner of the house, and Christmas lights shine bright through the cold evening fog. And I hear sleigh bells bouncing off the halls as the church choir sings along. I feel my heart melt when you walk through those doors for Christmas. You're all I want. Yeah, all I wanted was you. Christmas cheer and drinks with friends we haven't seen for a while, since I've been to that little town called home. Pine tree dressed up with every ornament we got, and stockings hung with overflowing from the top. And I hear sleigh bells bouncing off the halls as the church choir sings along. Feel my heart melt when you walk through those doors for Christmas. You're all I want. All I wanted was you. 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 And I hear sleigh bells. All I wanted was you. Feel my heart melt. All I wanted was you.
Atualização. Isso. Caramba! Bora pro game. Realizando configuração inicial. E aí, bolacha? Meu Deus, tem isso? Pera. Nossa, achei que... É por aí, né? É da Ubisoft? Tá, que é isso? Grama. Deixa assim. Quê? Tá. Tá. Sim. Tá. Jogo. Placar de líderes. Pepitas da verdade. Conquista. Jogar. História. Que isso? Verdadeiro oeste. Vou colocar alta. Não sei o que é. Deve ser o que é.
Easy boy.
Easy boy.
Don't I know you, sir?
Don't believe so. I haven't been here in many years. Name's Silas Greaves.
Silas Greaves? The bounty hunter?
Used to be.
Ah, what are you doing here in Abilene?
Just passing through. Got a little business to take care of.
Well, sir, it would be an honor if you would allow me to buy you a beer.
Hell, son, it would be my honor to drink it.
I'm Molly. Howdy.
I'm Dwight. That's Jack and Steve. Ben's behind the bar. Oh, I bet you got some great stories.
A couple.
Any of them true?
Jack, be nice.
A few.
What about your shootout with Henry Plummer's gang in Bannock, Montana? Is that where you started as a bounty hunter? That's what it says in this here dime novel.
Don't believe everything you read in them dime novels, boy. First man I hunted was back when I was riding with Billy the Kid.
You knew Billy the Kid?
Damn right. That scrawny son of a bitch had no fear. Wouldn't back down for nobody.
I heard he collected the 10 stars off any crooked lawman who crossed him.
It was a war, boy. The Lincoln County War. And Billy promised his regulators would take the life of every bastard who helped bushwhack John Tunstall.
Kid had a big chip on his shoulder and a hair-trigger temper. Made him dangerous as hell.
Eu ter andado com Billy the Kid quando era jovem. Tá?
It was about 30 years ago. Billy was hiding out in an abandoned farm near Stinking Springs. I threw in with the kid because the man I had sworn vengeance on was riding with Billy's enemies.
E a sensibilidade tá com?
But before I tell you why I want that son of a bitch dead, let me tell you what happened that day. I was heading back to the hideout when suddenly I had this funny feeling.
Funny, haha?
No, Steve. The other kind of funny.
Não pula ainda? Aperte O para ver os objetivos.
You heard Pat. I need to stay here to keep an eye on the road.
That's not fair. We're missing all the fun.
I knew those two morons would never let me through. I had no choice.
Who's that?
Que? Oh, minha XP, você ganha a maior parte da sua experiência matando inimigos. Ela é necessária para subir de nível e ganhar habilidades extras.
Was it Pat Garrett's posse?
Oh yeah. I heard the shots and I knew I had to move fast.
Não pega bala?
Garrett and his army of deputies had surrounded the entire homestead.
Fire at will! Spread out, goddammit!
They're coming from the rear!
I decided to help Billy and the boys out a bit. So that's just what I did.
Aperte Q para...
Hey, we have one behind us! Stay on it! Cover fire!
As the governor of New Mexico was paying for the kid's apprehension, Garrett was able to hire every gun hand in Lincoln County.
Minha vida, filho da puta. Tem mais? Espera, tá alto a porra, hein? Nossa senhora, áudio alto do caramba. A fala também tá alto. Narração. Que é isso? Aí. Tem mais alguém?
You're done.
Minha vida.
I'm putting you down.
Eu vi alguém aqui.
Time to die.
Tiro na cabeça. Hein, safado?
I knew that going through that front door meant putting my butt in a shooting gallery, so I decided to get sneaky.
Use Ctrl para baixar. Pegar segredo.
Watch out! He's one of them. God damn it!
Você acabou de subir de nível. Aperte U para abrir. Você tem um ponto de habilidade para gastar aqui e agora. Escolha uma das 3 categorias de habilidades e compre a habilidade que se encontra mais à esquerda. Pistoleiro. O que é isso? Pistoleiro, malfeitor. Ah, tá, tem que clicar. Posso pegar essa? Revólveres e eixo duplo. Pegue 2 revólveres e bote para quebrar. Caralho!
Garrett's men were running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off.
Meu Deus, cara!
You ain't going nowhere.
Não. Não!
Still, one of them reached the water tower.
Que é isso? Você só pode escapar de tiros mortais
Not a
quando
bad idea.
está totalmente
It would be a
carregado.
turkey shoot from up there.
Evite o tiro. A para se esquivar para a esquerda ou D para se esquivar para a direita. Toma. 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 Caralho, eu sou o rei do Velho Oeste. Como é que eu pego outra arma no chão? Galinha. Nossa. Matei a galinha, cara. E peraí. 6 tiros. O que muda?
Luckily, these shooters Garrett hired weren't the sharpest tools in the shed.
Não dá nada. Quer minha vida? Pera.
I've got this. Kill him.
Toma. Toma. Toma.
I'm done with you. You can run, but you can't hide forever.
Toma.
You think you can...
Toma.
A lot of them were saddle tramps or sod busters or drunken drifters looking to make a few bucks.
minha vida.
Then, I heard a friendly voice yelling at me from the window. Back door! We'll cover you!
Try aiming, you idiots!
Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the house.
Watch your flank!
Como que não foi na cabeça?
Kill him, for Christ's sake!
Ô, louco!
I cut their numbers in half, but that just made the ones that were left twice as mad.
Que porra é essa?
Can't hide forever!
They made up for their lack of skill with a seemingly endless supply of ammo.
Como é que eu pego duas armas, cara?
It was a bit of a slog, but I finally fought my way around the back of the house. And like that, I was inside, none the worse for wear.
Ai, amigo.
I passed dirty days.
Better than a rat in a trap.
Over there!
And upstairs I found Billy and Charlie
You
Bolton.
like that? Going nowhere.
Que isso? Caralho, Billy the Kid. Agora vai, hein?
Billy looked at me and said, "About time, amigo.
Da-
Grab
da-
a gun and get to the window."
Wait, so you were friends with Billy the Kid?
Yeah, sort of.
Where'd he come from?
Anyway, we were surrounded by dozens of deputized shooters who wanted to do us harm.
Ai, caralho.
Billy's worth $500.
Lógico.
Keep this up all day!
I think I got one!
I'm telling you, Garrett's men were dropping like flies, but
Where the
they
hell
just
Garrett
kept
get
on
you?
coming.
He's missing all the action. Someone shoot that bastard.
Puta. Caralho, que
That's when
monstro.
Charlie got hit. They're catching us in a crossfire, shouted Billy. Get to the other side.
Ai, bosta.
I think we're in trouble.
Que?
Send him to hell! I think we're in trouble.
Someone shoot that bastard.
I don't know how many of those cocksuckers I personally put down, but it was pretty clear, even to Billy, that maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
What's that mean?
It means that it was time to cut
Pera aí,
and
como que é o
run.
bagulho? Combos maiores. Não interrompa sua frequência de assassinatos. Aumenta a capacidade de munição de revólver.
They got a Gatling, Billy shouted. Get the horses and bring them round back. I'll draw their attention. He directed that order at me, and I thought, why the hell do I have to do it? But I went anyway. Dumbass that I was back then.
Tem um cara de metralhadora, cara. Oh. Tire os cavalos do estábulo. Que?
Wanna make a run for it! Those poor sons of bitches are
Many would have
terrible!
fled in my place. But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack here.
What are you saying, old man?
Jack, he's just joshing with you now.
Yeah, he better be.
Mr. Graves, please continue.
Please, call me Silas, ma'am. Now, where was I?
You were heading for the barn.
Gonna gut you like a fish!
Puta que pariu, quase que eu apertei errado.
Right. Making my way past the passel of fallen foes.
Que? Quem tá me fuzilando, cara? Tem um cara ali, mano. Não dá pra acertar. Como é que eu troco de arma? O que eu faço? Consigo pular.
Sounds like Garrett hired a whole regiment of hired guns.
Deixa aqui. Tire os cavalos do estábulo ainda.
Yeah, and just when I thought I was done with them, more of these hapless bastards would pop up. Finally, I had the stables within my reach.
Monte de galinha.
And that's when I met Sheriff Pat Garrett.
I read that you went toe-to-toe with him, sir. That
Eh?
backstabbing bastard with that tacked-on tin star.
É briga? Vem, xerife. Vem aquele... Bonitão. O que eu faço? Pixe, agora é agora, hein? E aí, querida?
Challenged him to a showdown.
You
Duelo.
read that in a dime novel?
It said he showed no fear as he took your measure with eyes like a rattlesnake.
Vem. Pera aí, mantenha o seu inimigo na área de foco usando... Aperte espaço para continuar, tá? Pera! É bem na cara. Quando o oponente começar a estender a mão para pegar a arma, aperte para sacar a arma, mire e atire com puto. O cara foi muito rápido. Não, pera aí, está errado. É ruim de ficar mexendo no foco, velho. Aí aprendi.
In a fair fight.
Is that what that penny dreadful said? No, boy. That ain't what I meant when I said I met Pat Garrett. So let me start again. I finally reached those damn stables.
Recarrega enquanto corre. Combos maiores. Não interrompa a sequência de assassinatos tão cedo. Seu medidor de combo fica ativo por um tempo. Cadê a arma? Vem pro pau. E aí, meu pan? Vem, safado.
And stepped inside, and bam! Last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
Mudou aquilo?
And go on. How did it end?
And, boy, that was just the beginning.
Morto com honra. Ah, o duelo do... 6 tiros, recompensa favorita, tiro na cabeça. Precisão, 78%. Olha, matei 71, velho. Caramba, matei pra cacete.
So what happened? Did Garrett arrest you?
Yeah, after I came to, the bastard had clocked me with his Colt.
And the kid surrendered?
When he realized there was no getting out of there alive.
So they locked you up in Lincoln?
Indeed they did. Sentenced me to hang right along with the kid.
A forca. Um punhado de chumbo quente. Ô, jogo da horinha, hein, velho. Sabia que era da Ubisoft isso aqui, não. Pra treinar tiro na cabeça.
It's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could find the bastard I was after.
Prisão de Lincoln. 4 meses depois da prisão de Silas Greaves.
He was with John Kinney's gang, and they were sworn enemies of Billy's regulators.
Why were you after him?
I owed that son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine. Instead, all I got for myself was a goddamn death sentence. Luckily, it was right around then that I heard Billy make his move. He shot Jim Bell and a few other guards as he made his getaway. Later, they wrote that some lady friend planted a pistol for him in the privy. What the papers didn't say is that Billy helped me escape too.
Opa, vai vir? Valeu, Billy, é nóis.
My first order of business was finding a firearm.
Chama a arma. Peguei aqui, ó. Billy the Kid. William Henry McCarthy. Também conhecido como William H. Bonney. Kid Antrim ou Billy the Kid. Nasceu provavelmente entre 1859 e 1861. Morreu em 14 de julho de 1881 com um tiro disparado pelo xerife Pat. Oi? Pat Garrett em Fort Sumner, no estado norte-americano do Novo México. Até hoje permanece como um dos fora das leis mais reconhecidos do faroeste. Pera, tem mais? Meu pai, peguei aqui o bagulho, segredo. Tá. Dê uma arma pra nós. Arma? Tem arma ali, certeza. Onde os caras morreram?
Luckily, I located Deputy Bob Ollinger's mean-ass shotgun.
Pingada marvada. Muito marvada. Do Bob, ó. Peguei.
I saw Billy through the window, and he yelled that I should take to the rooftops to make my escape. So I did.
Anybody see Billy?
Hell yeah. That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer. It could blow a man clear off his feet.
Ai,
You hardly had to
caralho.
aim the damn thing. The kids escaped, raised a huge ruckus.
Nossa! Pera aí. Deixa eu só arrumar um negócio aqui. Caramba! Pepitas da verdade. O que é isso? Ah, é o bagulho. Pera, eu não peguei um segredo, será? Ah, não, já peguei um aqui, ó.
Guards were everywhere looking for him.
Pô, essa arma é só de perto.
Kid, get away!
Oh my God!
Anybody see him?
I had to jump from roof to roof like a damn alley cat. I followed the planks where I could, but some of that wood was slippery as hell. The whole town was up in arms. And suddenly, I was a fugitive.
Ah, é?
How the hell did the kid escape?
Garrett's gonna kick our ass!
Can't have gotten far.
Onde eu vou?
Gotta be around here somewhere. Billy broke out of jail.
Violence is not the answer.
So that bastard you were after, what did he do?
He did me and my family a grievous harm. But I knew if I was ever gonna find him, I would need to get my ever-loving ass out of there.
Atravessa a cidade. Oh,
I tried to be stealthy and sneak my way past.
This town
Furtivamente.
doesn't have a moment's peace.
Where'd he get you?
Porta de pistola. Furtivamente, mas nem pensar.
You!
But hell if they weren't all waiting for me. Apparently, some of them thought I was Billy.
You hooligans can go to hell.
Tem outra ali?
Get out here!
Que? E esse chapéu dá pra pegar não? Pra onde eu vou?
Leave him to me! He's in town somewhere!
See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and coloring.
Morri como, cara?
Get the windows, lock the door! Get off the street!
Por que eu morri?
Where'd he get you? You! Now you're really pissing me off!
Cara do céu. Por que eu morri?
Leave him to me!
Ah, tinha um cara ali, ó.
See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and coloring.
Eu vi outra pessoa mesmo.
I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean-ass shotgun.
Filha da puta.
You can run, but you can't hide forever.
Mano, seu cu, rapaz.
They're shooting in the street.
I've got this! Get your headstone!
There's children here.
Não tô ouvindo muito barulho.
So much lead was whizzing by my head, it was like everyone in Lincoln wanted to put me in the ground. I knew I needed to find a horse. Though I never did have a great fondness for those four-legged grass eaters. Smelly, sweaty, ungrateful beasts. The price is too high, if you ask me.
Nossa senhora! Pera, tem coisa aqui que não vai dar.
I'll flank him! Damn ears are ringing!
I don't get paid enough for this!
Tô ouvindo aqui barulho aqui.
God damn him!
You're threatening the lives of innocent people.
Dá pra subir e pegar alguma coisa ali? Apesar que é.
damn town's going to hell in a handbasket.
Ah, tá.
But where was the kid while you were busy getting shot at?
Gone. And that's when it occurred to me why Billy set me free.
No melhor.
Respect for decency?
So I could be a hapless decoy and draw attention while he snuck out of town.
Que?
I knew if I made it out of there in one piece, no one would put a price on my head.
Because everybody in Lincoln would be dead?
No, because they all thought I was Billy, and all that blame would fall on him. Meanwhile, Deputy Bob Ollinger was organizing a posse to put me down. He was already a mean son of a bitch, but he was doubly pissed that I stole his mean-ass shotgun. Anyway, it was me or them, and the only way forward led me straight to perdition. But the cards were dealt, and I had no choice but to play them.
I think we're in trouble.
Stop him!
Cara! Mano, não é possível, cara.
You'll die for this, you hear me?
Vamos conversar?
Had enough? You're done.
Get the women off the street!
Arm yourselves!
How the hell did he get away?
Get out here!
Aham. Vamos lá.
I got this!
Sabe?
We're gonna be in deep shit when Pat gets back!
Baby!
I'm here!
Caralho!
Get out here, you coward!
Don't let him get away!
Let's do this!
Kill him!
É?
We can take him!
Finally, I found what I was looking for. The stables on the edge of town.
Ah, recarregamento rápido de revólver, né, velho?
Time to die!
Caralho, tomei bala, viu? Ah. Eu tô ouvindo barulho. Entrou?
I guess Billy saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy didn't kill Bob.
Well, sure he did. He dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy had lit out. Hello, Bob, I said. I think you better let me go. And he says, I don't think so, boy. Not with my shotgun. So we stood there in the middle of the street. eyeball to eyeball. He intended to kill me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself. Some say I fought unfairly, but they weren't the ones looking him in the eye that day. Pat Garrett gunned down Billy 3 months later, so his escape was all for naught anyway.
53%?
So where'd you go after Lincoln?
Mexico. Until I realized nobody was looking for me. I ended up taking a job at the Rurales.
The Mexican Rurales?
I was hired to help them track down the cowboys.
The most vicious outlaw gang in Cochise County? Curly Bill Brocious? Johnny Ringo?
Led by old man Clanton himself.
They must have paid you a pretty penny to take him hombres on.
Not really. But truth be told, I had my own reasons for going after those boys.
O tipo jogador de futebol me contrataram aí. Vamos lá.
So was the bastard you were after now riding with the cowboys?
Roscoe Bob Bryant was his name.
Oh.
But no, this time it was a different bastard I was after. The aforementioned Mr. Ringo. And yes, he was working for old man Clanton. I came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising, being they were such murderous thieves and bastards. The bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Over there! There!
I did my best to help those poor passengers. Moments later, the attackers were dead, and I checked the stagecoach to see how many passengers were still breathing. None. It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard? I quickly got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches often did. They would appear in great numbers from above and rain down lead on their hapless enemies' heads, making use of the high ground and whatever else they had. Yep, the Apaches always appeared out of nowhere, and there never seemed to be an end to them.
Hold on, were you attacked by Apaches? What happened to the cowboys?
Did I say they were Apaches? I said Clanton's cowboys attacked me Apache style. I was in a pitched battle, but I was holding my own against an overwhelming enemy force.
Ai, caralho! Errei.
See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge. But to get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to fight my way past these other assholes first. Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo. Another perfect example of my relative inexperience as a hunter of men. I immediately knew that a tactical retreat was called for, as my vengeful fury was much less impressive without the bullets to back it up.
Where's he going?
Subir de nível. Vou colocar como que carrega. Caramba, eu tô quase... Acabar a bala, cara.
Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, the odds of my survival seemed pretty slim.
Ai, fui pro lado da bala ainda, o cacete. Oh! Não dá, cara! Pra onde que eu tenho que ir? Eu vou sair correndo. Foda-se. Pra onde? Não! Ai!
Luckily, serendipity was on my side as I suddenly spotted a way out of my predicament.
Caralho!
He's getting away!
I ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me.
Tá acabando a
Bullets
bala!
were whizzing by my ears, but I wasn't about to roll over and die. I just kept running like there was no tomorrow. Because there wouldn't be if Clanton and his men caught up with me. As I was scurrying around those caves, I thought, what was I thinking? Going up against a gang like this.
Aí, morri.
Where's he gonna run to now?
I just kept running, not knowing where the hell I was
Oxi!
going. And that's when something miraculous happened. Like manna from heaven. I found the desiccated remains of what looked like an Apache warrior. The old weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition. Bat Masterson once told me it was more important to be lucky than good, and he would know.
Quem que é outro cara que eu matei?
And imagine my surprise when I found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that ammo. That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the predator. Time for the hunted to become the hunter. Time.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right, Jack. I was done running. And the old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir. I came at them like a wildcat. My fury knew no bounds.
Calma, dá pra comer? Não.
I hate fucking running.
O cara não erra um tiro.
It was finally time for that old man to pay for his sins.
Turns out he's yellow.
I yelled out at the top of my lungs, "Clanton, I'm coming for you!" A little stealth might have made more sense, to be perfectly honest. Because that old fool had a Gatling gun and enough bullets to last him till kingdom come. But I knew I could not let that deter me. Not if I was to find and kill Ringo. I needed to get that old man off that gun.
Do I gotta reload again? Wait, goddamn bullet. I don't know how you live this long.
Almost everyone thought it was the Ruales who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me. Apparently, one of the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy Clanton that it wasn't a Mexican who took their father's life that day. They just assumed it was one of the Earps, and that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary gunfight at the OK Corral.
Easy, boy. Nossa, não peguei nenhuma pepita.
A few weeks after that dust-up at the OK Corral, I was still after Johnny Ringo.
So, what exactly did Johnny Ringo do to piss you off?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Roscoe Bob Bryant?
Yep. They both deserve to die, and I promise I'll tell you why. But first I need to tell you about the Cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious.
Herb's coming!
Get ready, boys.
Primeiro que bem sem falta. Sem falta legal.
Curly Bill took charge of the Cowboys upon the old man's demise, and after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the Clantons wanted revenge.
Cara, não morre!
So they murdered Morgan Earp and grievously wounded his older brother, Virgil.
Somebody kill him!
Cara! Que monte!
Murder that bastard!
Acertei. Acertei. Acertei.
Hit him from the side! Put a fork in it! He's done! Just shoot the son of a bitch!
Me xingou.
Is that one of Wyatt's boys?
Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down. So when I showed up, that's who they thought I was.
Tava assistindo Bruxão. O quê? Cara, não é possível.
Get around it!
Cara! Arma ruim! Nossa! Toma! E pega e toma! Mas tem um monte por aqui. Agora os corpos desaparecem, né? Aí é sacanagem. Ó. E lá.
There were killers around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the cowboys identified each other. And I was beginning to wish I had one myself. But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed. And that's what drove me forward.
They say that Ringo was infernally fast.
Toma!
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not Wyatt Earp. That man was all hat and no cat.
Vai cair nisso também. Ai!
Earp wasn't much of a match for him, but Doc Holliday might have taken him.
That lunger should have kept his nose out of it.
Nossa
They never charged anyone for the murder of Morgan Earp.
But everybody knew that Curly shot him in the back. That was common knowledge.
Yeah, maybe so. But Ringo had nothing to do with it. He was just being loyal to a friend.
Is that what you call it?
Falei?
Being loyal. Well, to get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
After old man Clanton died, why didn't his son take over the cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than a box of rocks and a yellow belly to boot. Now, where was I?
Taking down the entire cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack.
There.
Hey, got something for you!
Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
Easy, boy.
Show them how to die! Crazier than a shithouse rat. Do I have to do everything?
Novo nível. Agora eu posso comprar tudo aqui. Arma lendária, desbloqueada, coisa do diabo. Caralho.
Your match.
Você vai, onde você vai? Toma! Pode vir, vai vir mais? Vai vir mais? Tem mais?
In for the kill.
Tem cara aqui embaixo, olha. Ó, bala. Bala, bala. Eu tô deixando um monte de coisa pra trás.
There he is.
Pra cá.
Ain't bothered me none. Blank him. Damn it! Keep shooting. I don't mind. Ah!
Toma.
Die, damn it! God damn him to hell!
É, louco.
There were carts everywhere, piles of lumber, and God knows what else for people to hide behind.
Os caras é bom de
That
cortar
really was
bola,
one
velho.
hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive operation.
Tá louco? Que preso. É pra lá, pra cá. Olha.
And where was Curly Bill? Did you see him?
Curry
I'm
Bill.
about to get to that, Ben. Patience. I'm painting a picture here. There was this beautiful waterfall and a crystal clear stream that led to a verdant valley that was truly...
Consider your picture painted. What happened next?
Well, finally the bastards that were still alive made a last stand.
Johnny Ringo.
Curly Bill, Johnny Ringo, and his compadres took off into the lumber yard, and I followed after.
Okay. Curly Bill. Curly. Derrota Curly Bill, cadê ele?
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared. They just wanted me out in the open.
Time to dance with the devil! You working for Wyatt Earp? You wanna play hide and seek? That sumbitch Earp send you to kill me? Did that sumbitch Earp send you to kill me?
Ah, tá de sacanagem. Eu achei que era só ele.
Come out, wherever you are!
Pega nós! Tomar no cu, cara!
Hiding like a scared little puppy! Get him, boys!
Porra!
This is it for you! You asshole!
Johnny!
You can't live forever, boy!
Explodiu?
Just gotta catch my breath!
Ah, cara!
Make him pay for that! Come on out, son! Come on out, son!
cara não morre. Cadê ele?
Hiding like a scared little puppy.
Ai, minha barriga. Tomou.
Kill that murdering cocksucker!
Sai daqui!
Come out wherever you are!
Não!
What kills Curly Bill? Oh, wanna play hide and seek? Die! Shit!
Toma, safado!
Brocious gave me no choice but to take his life. But Ringo was nowhere to be found.
I knew you didn't kill Ringo, because he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Indeed. Took me a few months before I finally tracked his ass to West Turkey Creek Canyon.
Johnny Ringo.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Vamos tapar o celular pra puta que pariu, que eu tava mirando pra direita.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Olha o filho da puta. Olha. Tá saindo da tela. Ai, velho. Caraca, que porra é essa? Não é possível.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Toma, agora sim,
Sorry I
cara.
had to ruin the legend for you, boy. But the legend ain't always true.
Morreu.
Doc Holliday had nothing to do with the death of Johnny Ringo.
Johnny Ringo. Morto. Louco.
I was paid a healthy bounty for Ringo and Curly Bill, and realized there was real money to be made. That's why I went after Henry Plummer.
Now, wasn't he the sheriff who augmented his income by shaking down miners and robbing gold shipments?
That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieving outlaws called the Innocents.
So it's true that you went toe-to-toe with him?
Indeed I did, son. Indeed I did.
Vamos.
I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant, and hunting Plummer looked like a good way to get rich quick. As the local vigilantes exposed him as the leader of the bandits, and put a generous price on his head. Plummer rallied his gang to plunder one last gold mine before making their escape, and that's where I thought I'd find him.
It makes me nervous standing so close to all these goddamn barrels of gunpowder.
Why would you be nervous? No one has the...
As my late father pointed out to me more than once, God made men. Samuel Colt made them equal.
Puta, eu nem vi.
I knew that dynamite wasn't mine, so I decided the polite thing would be to return it.
Devolver? Olha devolver.
It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in '48. Unfortunately, prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches.
Cara do céu, né?
There were thieves and killers, robbing travelers and hijacking gold shipments. Like those that ran with Plummer. Some were just regular folks I knew from town, drawn by greed and easy pickings. Charlie Crow, the blacksmith.
Easy boy.
James, who worked in the stable. Sam and Jeremiah Barber, the butcher's son. Ordinary citizens who lived a double life. Stealing and thieving and murdering their neighbors.
Put that moron out of here.
¿Qué? Puta, já peguei a coisa do diabo. Caralho, agora sim. Tô com a arma lendária. Ô, cara.
Of course, the rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone-cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam. Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. A hell of a lot.
O cara não morreu?
That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with one hand while stealing them blind with the other. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to breach.
I'm fine. This is our goal now.
Dangerous, desperate individuals. I was outnumbered and in way over my head, but I was too damn stubborn and stupid to realize it. They must have thought I was touched, or had some kind of death wish, seeing as there were barrels of gunpowder everywhere.
Watch out for the goddamn gunpowder!
One stray bullet, one stray spark, and I'd be blown to hell and gone. Did I have any second thoughts about what I was doing? No.
Peraí.
I thought I was some kind of hero. I finally made it past and headed on to meet my destiny. But first, I had something I needed to figure out. I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine, but once I made my decision, I knew there was no turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense.
Do nada, assim.
I'll flank him.
It was the quickest way in, but that also made it more dangerous,
You can't
as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way.
I think he's scared. You know who we are.
Último suspiro. Murder!
I'm putting you down.
Os caras não dá pra...
Get out here.
Não, eu gosto do rifle, velho. Dá pra pegar duas coisas do diabo? Nossa senhora.
Besides, once you enter a mine like that, it's easy to get all turned around.
Pra onde?
And that confusing maze of corridors wouldn't even be the worst of it.
Caralho, o bagulho é grande aqui.
Cut him down.
Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell.
Get out here. I'm ending you.
Cara, tô levando bala mesmo.
A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly plunge to oblivion.
I got this.
Onde? Está aqui em cima.
You must be about out of bullets. Come on out, you yellow bastard. I will drop you down a mine shaft.
Tem alguma coisa no U? Ah, já vai direto, mano.
You can run, but you can't hide. Time to blow your shit up.
Olha o cara ali, ó. Tem um bagulho ali. Como é que eu faço? Aqui, ó. Mas deve deixar eu achar no monte já, né, mano? Ó o Johnny Ringo aí. Bagulho ali, ó.
Quick reflexes often make up for a lack of common sense. Luckily, I was never one to be easily bushwhacked. I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come. With all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, a body has to know what he's shooting at. All it takes is one tiny spark, and boom.
Vai fazer isso mesmo.
Surprise! I do not deserve to die like this! You can't hide forever! What? I can't hear you! You ain't beefing me.
As a boy, I always loved the 4th of July.
Parece que só quando eu tô aqui embaixo que eu morro.
There he is! Time to blow.
Nossa, cara, não faz isso com tudo da porra. Tem um cara ali?
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad-blasted tube. I freely admit that my plan of attack was not just moronic, but clearly insane. It's a good thing that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even tried it.
Porra, vai tomar no cu. O negócio veio em cima.
Instead, I spotted a ladder, a way into the mine from the opposite side.
Cadê minha outra? E aí?
It was a long way around, but that approach seemed more sensible at the time.
Ah, por ali não dá.
Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me. Climbing down that ladder required some caution, because even though I had a younger man's reflexes, no man can dodge a damn bullet while climbing down a rickety ladder. I needed to make a leap of faith, which ain't easy when you're suspended between heaven and hell.
E aí?
I was determined not to give up, however.
Sacanagem.
As Sheriff Plummer seemed quite the despicable character. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged. That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find old Bob.
Show yourself, coward!
And I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water.
Vamos.
But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the elevator or climb the ladder.
Cadê? Ah, isso aqui?
I picked the more convenient and more dangerous route. Plummer was a mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserved better.
Caralho, tá difícil. Nossa, filho da puta.
You can't beat the innocents.
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there.
Não, mentira!
The point was, taking him down would save a lot of lives, including my own.
Meu Deus! Quebra? Ah. O que aconteceu? Oxi. Homem da lei. Henry Plummer. É, vigarista. Ah, vai ser briga de ficar atacando as coisas?
Gonna blow you into next week. This day is just getting worse and worse for you, ain't it?
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, and I could see right away that this was going to take some doing.
For you today. Run! This cocksucker is smarter than he looks. What do you think you're doing? You can shoot, but can you aim?
Baby.
I need some help here! Come on, boys! Take this cocksucker out!
Cadê ele? Morreu já, né?
Said you could throw dynamite.
Morreu nada, velho.
I'm going all medieval on your ass.
Cara, não sei faz isso.
Oh, guess you've had enough.
Não acertou não, né?
I can shoot too. This is gonna hurt.
Ainda bem uns parceiros.
Catch this, you son of a bitch! You can shoot, but can you aim?
Puta que bosta desse cara, velho. Cara chato. Cadê ele?
No blood money for you today. I got a lot more dynamite than you.
Hey!
You can shoot, but can you aim? How you like that? This cocksucker is smarter than
Meu
you.
Deus! É muito, velho. Caralho, tá lotado. E por que eu tô ficando com uma? Eu tô com duas na mão. Aí.
They're gonna need a I can shoot too! This is gonna hurt! Catch this, you son of a bitch! You can shoot, but can you aim?
Ai, que bosta! Que isso? Eu morro.
Said you could throw dynamite. What do you think you're doing? Run!
I will drop you down a mine shaft.
They're gonna bury you in a million pieces! You ain't taking me! That is smart! What? I can't hear you!
on your ass.
Toma na cara. Já entendi, já.
You can shoot, but can you aim? You want some more?
Hey!
They're gonna need a dustpan to pick you up.
So that's how Henry Plummer died. Him and his crew were worth their weight in gold. And now, I was officially a bounty hunter.
Patrulheiro?
So, did you finally go after that Bob feller?
Well, I heard word he was in Kansas with John Wesley Hardin. So that's where I went.
Where in Kansas?
Abilene. Why do you ask, Ben?
No reason.
Was Hardin as fast as Ringo?
Ringo was fast, but John Wesley was as fast as the devil himself. Hell, he killed his first man at 15. From that day forward, he had a price on his head and wouldn't back down for nobody, not even Wild Bill Hickok himself.
Vamos lá.
I dodged death many a time, and that night in Abilene was no different.
O que tá acontecendo?
I was there with the intention of finding that bastard Bob and collecting the bounty on John Wesley.
Watch where you're shooting. Can't get a good shot at it.
Ai, buçanha.
There he is.
Toma.
God damn him.
I thought the Texas Rangers got
Cara
hard.
do céu, não é possível, jogo. Como você não acertou, velho?
Watch where you're shooting. Shoot him! Shoot him! You think you can kill me?
Para de ficar mudando, seu bosta. Cadê minha arma? Eu tô com essa arma.
I thought the Texas Rangers got hardened.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe. It was cold in a witch's tit and a brass bra that night as I fought my way past his loyal compadres.
Compadres. Apareceu. É uma bosta, mano. Cadê a cor do diabo? Ali, ó.
To the very same saloon we're sitting in today. Look around and imagine this place painted in blood. Hardin was waiting for me, and...
Quem? Hardin.
Wait, I'm jumping the gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this sumbitch. He deserves that much. Don't you think so, Ben? John Wesley Hardin was a killer. By the end, he confessed to taking the lives of 42 men. Fathers and husbands, brothers and sons, men with families who cared about them. He was a bona fide folk hero by then, and had amassed a gang of armed miscreants and other assorted thugs. He and his men set up camp outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was among them.
God damn it! Shoot that son of a bitch!
They didn't ask why I was there. They knew. Most of them were wanted as well. I figured Hardin was here somewhere, but to get to him, I'd have to get past his gun hands. I had to spill a lot of blood to find out Hardin wasn't in that camp. He was carousing in town with his closest friends.
Aqui, ó. Mira faz o tempo passar devagar.
Hardin's boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their jefe of my unwelcomed presence.
Não quero, mano.
Did that asshole just kill Red? That's right.
Toma no seu.
Tell Hardin someone's coming for him.
É nada.
Stop that sumbitch!
Let the boys know we got another law dog.
Desce aqui, louco. Onde eu vou?
I wondered if Bob was among them.
Olha, mais um segredo. Cara, vamos ver se tem mais segredo aqui. Yeah. Lei. Mais um segredo.
And I steeled myself for the fight ahead. For as good as I was, deep down I wondered if John Wesley wasn't just a little bit better.
Eu já comecei no meio da guerra. É pra lá ou pra cá? Acho que é pra lá, né? Na direita.
Before I could test my mettle against Hardin, however, I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers. Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story. I didn't learn until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration.
Send him to hell!
Can't get a good shot at him. Damn him! Okay, now you're real.
Pô, essa arma é muito boa, velho.
Still.
I think I already mentioned that I found Hardin in this very saloon.
Deve ter alguma coisa pra lá, mas não quero, mano, ficar... Fica o pau tora.
Suffice it to say, nobody there was happy to see me.
It's crazier than it.
In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
Ah, tem alguma coisa aqui, ó.
That's right. Run! One sorry son of me.
Não aguentar a bala não, meu maluco.
I was disappointed that neither Bob nor John Wesley were among the dead. But that was short-lived. As a moment later, I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
Mais rápido do Velho Oeste. Matou um por roncar e outros 40 por respirar.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
Cara, não fica o bagulho, velho.
That man was faster than greased lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
O que aconteceu?
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison. Years later, after he was free, some restless Avenger took his life. Shot him in the back in a saloon just like this one. Anybody up for another beer? Ben?
Então eu prendi ele.
Thank you, darling. Yeah, some say revenge is a dish best served cold.
So whatever happened to that Bob guy you were after?
Personally, I'd like to hear some of your other adventures. Like, I don't know, did you ever go toe-to-toe with a red man?
Yes, I did, Ben. I remember once I was after this renegade Apache, Grey Wolf. Strangely enough, revenge was also his primary motivation.
Vamos lá. Dança com os renegados.
A bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head, and that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickled the nether regions of heaven.
Há muito tempo nas montanhas, muito distantes.
Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable. I understood his anger, as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death. Right from the beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that Grey Wolf was watching my every move. He led a band of young Apache warriors who wanted retribution and were more than willing to die for him.
Já mostrou a balinha, hein?
They saw me before I saw them.
Já vi. Como assim?
And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting had started, there was no backing down.
Começa, começa. Caralho! Cadê o outro? Cara, mano, isso é possível. Ah, coisa do diabo. Não dá nem tempo.
It was rugged country, the winter home of the Chiricahuas, and that's why they had retreated there. I admit to having some regrets about going after them the way I did. But then again, I got a lot of those.
Embaixo ou em cima? Em cima. Em cima pra ver.
Did you find Grey Wolf?
Not at that moment, but I did find the entrance to their hideout.
Pra cá! Subir. Meu Deus! Oferece dicas sobre as pepitas da verdade. Que?
A deep crevice that led to a deeper cave.
Don't tell me you went in there.
Yeah, but it's not out of bravery so much as pure, angry cussedness.
Olha que oferece dicas, cadê a dica? Ai! Lá embaixo, né? No canto.
See, back then, I had a stubborn streak a mile wide, and I wasn't about to back down.
So it was like pitch black in there?
Actually, it was pretty well lit, as they had torches on the walls.
Não! Eu vi um negócio ali, velho. Puta, apareceu. Não sabia que tinha essa parte aí, não. Não, pelo amor de Deus. Puta, devia ter ficado...
How big was his cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian Wars. They thought it was haunted with the ghosts of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
Vamos à paz.
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
Aonde tá mostrando?
How come you know so much about engines?
A few years back, I was married to 2 Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters. Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of there. Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen them since.
No, I mean, what happened with Grey Wolf?
Oh, well, I pursued him into the Cave of Death.
Pode pra nada?
I came upon this flooded grotto, and that's when I saw him. He came to me unarmed and unafraid. His voice echoed in the shadows, and I sensed he meant me no harm.
You carry great darkness in your heart, and if you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me. As his story unfolded in my mind,
you will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow, the eye had no tears.
He said I was a great warrior, a coyote man, unequaled by any other pale-faced warrior, or something like that.
Cara,
the snakes will bite shadows of your past until a venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what he was saying, but there was definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines. They couldn't stop me, though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk. I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap. But suddenly, one just appeared. Kind of like a miracle.
Opa.
I felt like I would be lost in that damn cave forever.
Vamos.
Finally, I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a thundering whitewater river. To get where I was going required several leaps of faith, but no way in hell I was turning back.
Vou fazer outra coisa, velho. Não!
I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo's right. Are you making this all up as you go?
A few details may be fuzzy, brother, but I am relating exactly what happened to me. There were dozens of Apache warriors aiming at me from on high.
Dozens?
Well, maybe not dozens, but there was a lot of them.
At least 3 of them.
Cara, não é possível!
Well, more than that, little lady.
Ué? Ai, não era possível. Dá uma vez esse tiro aí. Ah, não é possível. Como assim, cara? Como assim? Não tem um bagulho ali.
I had a steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me. And wouldn't you know it, that crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap.
What kind of trap?
Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches surrounding me.
100?
God be my witness.
Oh, come on. Who you kidding?
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out. Where were we?
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them.
Por que parou, desgraça? Ah, na hora que eu fui tirando o cara.
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them.
Ai! Meu Deus! Parece esse bagulho bem na hora que eu tô.
And in the end, a path appeared before me that I had not seen before.
Caralho! Meu Deus do céu.
I followed it as I desperately needed to find out what Grey Wolf was trying to tell me. But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin air.
O cara vira lobo mesmo.
Never did find him. And never did collect my goddamn bounty. Thank you, darling. It's interesting how the truth can sometimes seem malleable, depending upon your point of view.
Like how those dime novels make you out to be something you're not?
Jack, don't be starting trouble.
No, he's right. They do tend to exaggerate.
Did they exaggerate your part in taking down the Daltons?
Well, I was there in the flesh, boy, so I saw what happened firsthand. Those Daltons were lawmen once, before they all went bad, robbing banks and trains clear across the territory. Until Coffeeville, of course. I was one of the citizens who took up arms that day.
Fighting on the side of the right?
I did my best, sir. We all did. It was early morning. One of my friends was a local gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob two banks at the same time. Two banks on the same damn street. Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing him about how he had no ambition. Oh, you're nobody next to Jesse James, she'd say. Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeeville just to shut her up. Well, the locals recognized the Daltons right off.
We got us a hero.
Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to defend their property. The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity, but everybody knows they had it coming.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, it was high noon. A posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
Get ready, boys. They're gonna make a move.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons for months, and now they finally had them dead to rights. Among them was a bounty hunter feared by many a lawbreaker. This man had no intention of letting the Daltons slip away. They met an adversary that day who had no fear and offered them no quarter. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender.
They'll give up eventually. We just gotta wait the son of a bitch.
But this bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns. So he went in there alone to confront those criminals. One of the marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Hey, where do you think you're going, dumbass? That rifle's mine.
But he paid him no mind. He saw a way to get around to the back of the bank. Then he figured out how to hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting. From above. Fortunately, a water tower was right there. A moment later, he was climbing up a steep ladder, laughing at danger as he did. It was brave men like him who risked their lives to tame this wild country.
We've got company!
God damn him!
Heroic men like him, who did what other men couldn't or wouldn't to make this country free. Like Jim Bowie and Davy Crockett, who died defending the Alamo.
Is that Silas Greaves? Son of a bitch!
Nossa, que não, rapaz. Que?
You can run, but you can't hide forever.
Tá cheio aqui ainda, hein?
You ain't beating me, boy. Over there.
Cara, eu ia mirar, mano. Me mudou de arma na hora.
That's Silas Greaves. What the hell?
Blam! Blam! He came away victorious, taking down those thieving Daltons. His name was Silas Greaves, and when the dust finally settled, he was the last man standing.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way it happened.
Ah, tá de sacanagem.
It was early evening, not high noon.
Let's just do this.
Daltons blew up a safe, and were all set to hightail it out of there. I was late to the party, and Coffeyville was already up in arms. Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies.
Aos três, né?
I had been tracking those jokers for months, waiting for them to do something reckless.
Beleza, vai ficar deixando parado aí.
Come on, smoke this! Finally, they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob two banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them. But they still had friends in Coffeyville.
What are you gonna do? Ain't bothering me none.
Calma. Mas vai ter cara assim? Tá ali, tá certo?
Hey, you got us a hero. Put some holes in him.
And those friends came after me like a pack of wild dogs, tooth and nail. They were coming at me from all directions.
Pera. Depois tem o quê? Capeta de marfim. Causa mais dano durante a concentração. Puta que... Não tá dando pra pegar ela, né?
I caught sight of the Daltons running with the money and didn't want to lose it. Problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout entirely.
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons, and they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons. Which wasn't any surprise, because those two families have been feuding forever. And since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths, pissing off the Heimhoffers, whose daughter recently married a Smith. Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. There was a hell of a lot of pissed off people in Coffeyville that day. But that's just the way life is sometimes. Shit happens.
Pode ter alguma coisa lá em cima.
The Dalton boys knew I would never give up. Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow me down and allow at least two of them to escape. The third brother stayed behind to plant me, just in case that trap of theirs didn't work. It was Emmett, the youngest. And he decided to stand his ground and face me down.
Pera, deixa eu ir no banheiro rapidinho.
Nossa, tem monte de negócio.
Deixa eu ver o negócio das pistas. Tá.
I ain't afraid of you, Silas Greaves. This is where it ends for you.
He was determined to protect his brothers. And I understood how he felt. Taking me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
You are dead, raw dog.
Nossa.
But Emmett Dalton survived the robbery and coffee pit. He's the only Dalton who did.
They say he was shot 23 times.
Well, Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him?
23 tiros aonde?
But I have to admit, that boy had grit.
71%.
We'll get those suckers!
It took me a couple of days to track the Daltons down.
They can't get away with this!
And in that time, a whole posse of local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track him to the ends of the earth.
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws. But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
Ah, tem que pegar os dois, os outros dois. Calma.
It was early fall, right? Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection. It was damp and foggy as hell. It was tough to stay on a true course, so we kept an eye out for landmarks. It was autumn. The maple trees were in full color, red as blood. The rains that year were torrential, so the whole area was flooded. The vigilantes had spread out wide, and pretty soon I couldn't see anybody.
Bury them in the swamp! Plant them where they stand!
Except for some bitches ahead of me wanting to do me harm. So I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
Ah, que vestido.
So did you find the Daltons?
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends.
You paid for that. Dynamite for assholes who can't shoot!
The boys had established quite a reputation by that time, so they attracted all manner of riffraff to their cause.
You think I don't see?
Caralho! Tinha uma bomba ali.
You ain't seen the likes
Point being, I was under serious attack.
Ai, cacetão de...
buckshot.
And my reinforcements was nowhere to be seen.
Onde?
But luckily, a barn materialized as if right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view.
Tá. Eu quero ver um negócio aqui. $150 balas.
but just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running for the bushes. Of course, I followed them. But that goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was. Steve? So I just started walking, and pretty soon...
Oh.
Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm listening.
Indians surrounded me from all sides.
Mentira. Steve!
Indians?
They were Indians.
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention.
Oh, boy.
Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve? Dwight's paying attention.
No, I'm listening. I was just resting my eyes.
So, where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers. Being a brother is a very sacred thing. It's a bond like no other.
That son of a bitch!
So did you ever find the damn Daltons?
Not yet, but I did find a few of their cousins. You Kansans breed like rabbits. More Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what.
Cara, não é possível. O que eu tacaram? Nem vi que tacaram.
Stop that son of a bitch! There he is!
Tacaram mesmo, cara!
Kill that goddamn bounty hunter!
But hell, what's more important than family? I bet Ben knows what I'm talking about.
This is gonna hurt! Shoot him!
Para de tacar bomba, seu bosta!
Bury him in the swamp! This some bitch is loco!
Ah, não, deu
Keep shooting, I don't mind.
escudão, cara.
Now you're in trouble. Shoot, I dare you! Can you shoot around corners? Yeah!
Armada de bosta. Novo nível. Zoom ao mirar. Segura o fôlego. Pilhagem de dinamite. Aumenta a barra de concentração. Boa. Boa. Vai focando na pistola. Caramba! Cacete, não é possível! Tá bom, a bala passou. Da onde veio essa bala, cara? De novo, né? Tá. Cara, porque não é possível, velho. Tá.
Can't believe you keep missing. Blow out my damn eardrums.
Que?
Come on, kill him.
Tá até bom na bala, viu?
Hell's a coming. I'm still standing. I'm gonna blow.
I knew those Dalton boys were out there somewhere, standing together against anyone who would threaten them.
Balinha? O que é aqui? Ah. Aí.
And that's when I saw it. A goddamn steamboat.
A steamboat in a swamp?
Yeah, Steve, but this wasn't much more than a wreck, really.
But how'd a damn steamboat end up in the swamps?
Yes, it floated off during the flood of '89.
Now, was it a stern wheeler or a side wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve? It was a steamboat with a goddamn army on board. It was then that a fusillade of bullets come raining down from on high, and those vigilantes who accompanied me weren't anywhere to be found. But among those men that were shooting at me, I thought I saw some familiar faces.
Eu acho que tem uma em cima.
Gotta stop standing next to dynamite.
Eu acho que ele não morreu.
That's it for you.
Certo, então é em cima. Aqui, ó. Ah, agora que apareceu.
Somewhere up there, the Daltons were waiting on me.
Agora que apareceu e aqui também outra. Não. Ah, então deve estar pra cá.
Yeah, you know you can't beat me.
Por aqui dentro. Meu Deus, velho.
I'm gonna shoot you dead.
He just did what I think he did.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man I am, Ben. I set out to do something. I do it. Surrender just ain't in my nature. Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
É por cima.
You can't hide from me.
Achei que você tava morto, cara. Tá metralhando daqui, né? Safado. Aqui, ó. 3. Não dá pra ver. Caramba, do nada. Mas eu passei por ali.
Right about then, much to my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had them, after months of dogged pursuit. But it turned out that they had me.
Take him out! I'm sending you to hell!
Eu ia matar, né? Eu não confiava.
The Daltons had played me like a fiddle. Apparently, the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved to be quite a challenge.
It was a riverboat, right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean liner.
Well, yeah, but I was in a
Did you
fight.
hear about that ship that's gonna launch next year? Largest one in the world.
You're talking about the Titanic. If you ask me, it's too blessed big. I don't think it'll even float.
So anyway...
Don't be stupid, Steve. They know what they're doing. They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
Oh, God.
But getting back to that steamboat, how'd you get off it, Mr. Greaves?
I took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. I was coughing up smoke and pretty damn pissed. I was done playing games with those boys. It was time to settle this once and for all.
Cara, essa bala não... Dourado. Nossa.
Bob and Brad weren't about to come at me one at a time. They were in this together. Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
Como que eu vou matar os dois? Vixe Maria, como que eu vou matar os dois? Sobe. Ah, aqui não.
A sad end for those two.
Aqui não.
If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds. Paroled 14 years later, he moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the tragic death of his two brothers.
Top.
My own brothers died tragically as well, truth be told. It was 1868, and me and my older brothers were pulling a tidy profit running cattle into Juarez, Mexico. One night after my brothers retired for the evening, I found a little poker game in a cantina with a couple of cowboys. And I just couldn't lose. I even won an old Spanish coin that had to be 100 years old. Well, I was mighty pleased with myself the next morning as my brothers and I rode for Texas. But before we crossed the border, those cowboys caught up with us. It was Johnny Ringo, Roscoe Bob Bryant, and another asshole named Jim. They wanted their money back and everything else we had, including our lives, as those boys didn't want us coming for them later. Bob put that old Spanish coin in my mouth and said, "I won't have it said that I left you with nothing, boy." Well, those horses bolted, and there we hung as those bastards rode away. The branch finally snapped under the weight of the three of us, but being my older brothers were bigger and heavier, they were already dead. And right then I swore to myself that I would avenge them. Ringo you know about. But Bob eluded me, until I heard he was riding with the Wild Bunch.
Caramba. Liderada por Butch Cassidy.
I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn Mountains. Led by Butch Cassidy, they were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana. Among them was the Sundance Kid, and that murderous hombre I was tracking, Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Dano extra durante combos.
Were you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself. I'd heard about a large shipment of gold being transported to Wilcox, Wyoming on the Overland Flyer. I figured the Wild Bunch would likely hit such a treasure, and by God, I figured right. They blew the bridge with the intention of forcing the train to stop. Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above. I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers.
Deu uma pistolinha boa?
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that bridge. What'd you say? Again?
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to dispatch them. From there, I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. But first, I would need to get my ass out of there.
Pra lá ou pra cá? Suba no trem.
I jumped from the frying pan into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I had found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados.
Coisa do diabo.
Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my prey.
Well, what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day. As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights, but I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death. Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway, so I was determined to take down as many of those bastards as I could.
Cacete, hein? Aqui é bom espingarda, mas não sei se eu...
Times it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back.
Cara. Tá bom, né? Porque pelo amor de Deus, velho. Explodiu o bagulho. E não tinha ido. E aqui do lado de novo? Aqui.
I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
You mean like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about? Did they come riding in, guns a-blazing to help?
É, cada vez fica mudando a história. Cacete! Grande grupo versus um bando selvagem. Vamos matar quem aí? Todos?
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the wild bunch all by my lonesome, as usual.
Who the hell is that? He's out of his mind! Take cover! Retreat! Retreat! He's killing everybody! He'll kill us all!
Now you're really pissing me off!
No!
I'm gonna cut you in two! You must like pissing.
Espingardeiro.
Gonna make you... Brother!
My guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they? Only a few stragglers were left, and I had to cut them down pronto if I was going to stay on old Bob's trail.
Como selvagem, eu saco.
I'm gonna blow your damn head off. You wanna live? This is crazy. What? Death is coming for you.
Cara, não morre.
You ready for a belly full? You ain't seen your max.
Once I silenced all those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flat-Nose Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang. Right after Sundance, I mean.
Esse é o George.
And Kid Curry. And maybe Elsie Lay. Though some folks might dispute that.
Putz, eu esqueço de desviar, cara. Pera. Fica quietinha aí, para de andar. Na briga não tem que andar não, fi.
On that very same day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America. They ended up living down there for many years, but I'm sure you already know all about that. I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail, as I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with them.
Subi, velho. Capeta de marfim, arma lendária desbloqueada. Eu tô com ela? Já tô usando já, velho.
That kid Curry's kinda crazy, ain't he? Don't let him hear you saying that.
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a camp right outside Parachute, Colorado.
Who's shooting at us? We're under fire!
Being outnumbered, I didn't bother with a warning shot. I just started taking those bastards down.
I'm done with you!
Mano.
This some bitch is pissing me off!
Cara, não é possível.
God damn him to hell! Die!
Mano, não é possível, cara. Ai, quando eu já tinha apertado pro lado, eu já fui.
Someone's coming! Who the hell's that? Why don't somebody shoot him?
Cara, eu mirei na cabeça umas 2, 3 vezes, o cara não morre, velho.
Someone's coming! Who the hell's that?
Pronto. Pera. Pera, bosta, tem mais um. Pronto, velho. Agora acabou a brincadeira. Tá nem chegando?
Old Bob wasn't among them, and neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by, however, plotting something nasty. I just needed a clue as to their whereabouts.
Vou ficar com ela. Segredo aí. Agora que apareceu, né?
And I found one. A map with their bold plan clearly marked. This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific. The plan clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports.
Na manhã seguinte, mas já?
Kid Curry was considered the wildest of the wild bunch. It was said that he fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5. Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was gonna rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver. And that whore, Fat Sally, she told me.
Yeah.
The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful confronting those bastards.
Desarme.
And I made it a point to remove any dynamite that I came across. A moment later, I saw a ladder that somehow had escaped my attention.
Don't you blow us up now. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Ah, lá embaixo. Que tem? Tem?
Damn it! What the hell?
But the Wild Bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off. It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Guess there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
What happened next?
Well, having removed the first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one. Once that was done, I figured I'd find my way from there.
Ainda bem que ela carrega rápido. Só puxe. Calma, filho!
Kill her! Stuff down these lines!
Aonde tinha aparecido um? Cadê o outro? Tá que pariu, hein? Não tinha aparecido alguma coisa aqui atrás? Ah, achei que você tava vivo, cara.
Now you're dead. I'm still standing. If I'm going out, I'm taking you with me.
So, what happened then?
Had to remove more of that damn dynamite.
A bomba. E aí?
It must have been terrifying trying to make your way across.
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
Pra cá. Que? Apareceu alguma coisa. Ah, cara. Valeu, Mompan, pelas 200 manas. Ai, safado, louco. Pegou o jogo de graça na Epic lá, Mompan?
So that was all the dynamite?
Funny you should mention that, darling. As actually there was a fourth charge impeding my progress. Once I removed it, my path was pretty clear.
I'm gonna blow your deck.
Tiro na jaca. Ai, caralho. falta outro, viu? Cadê? Tá faltando um. Ai, ai.
Somebody really pissed this son of a bitch off.
Business. Pera, não, vai agarrar. Mas não mira.
Now you're really pissing me off.
Cacete! Ó, ó. Tô na rodadinha. O que aconteceu?
So I proceeded onward and realized that that way just wasn't gonna work. I needed an alternate path forward.
Fica em cima, hein? Ó. Ah, se for aqui embaixo eu vou ficar puto, velho. Deixa eu ver. Ai. Não, não é aqui embaixo. Cadê? Tem bala aqui. Tá falando que é aqui. Ali, ó. Ah, sou louco. Kid Curry. Pera, mas onde tem que ir? Se eu pular ali dá?
Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. It was a long burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it. The burning fuse was so damn quick, I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. Thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks. My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer. I knew that failure meant boom. Then, finally, at the last moment. Whew. Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be talking to you folks here today. Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge. Well, it was a touching reunion.
Pera, deixa alguma coisa pra trás que eu ouvi. Eu ouvi barulho. Deixa eu ver. O que tem, ó? Olha onde tá, velho. Pelo amor de Deus, cara. Pelo amor de Deus. Tem que dar a volta tudo. Olha onde que os caras botou uma pepita. Oh, agora a gente vem aqui, passa aqui, pula aqui.
But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass as I was not a young man anymore.
Boa! E aí, posso voltar lá?
Kill that SOB! Make him bleed!
Send him to perdition!
Finally, I found those boys. Or more precisely, they found me.
Ai, meu saco!
Who the hell is that guy? This Tracer Kid Curry asked me!
Nuttier than a damn fruit.
Mano! Aê, meu saco! Mano, não era pra estar com duas, era pra ser uma.
Who the hell is that guy? This Tracer Kid Curry asked me!
Nuttier than a damn fruit.
Para de tacar bomba, seu bosta.
Let's just do this.
Toma. Uma bosta. Cadê o bagudinho só? Aí, uma. Tem outro.
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Kid Curry opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded.
Vem pro nível! Recarrega sua arma ao iniciar a concentração. Não quero. Recarregamento rápido de rifle. Zoom adicional ao mirar. Boa. Kid Curry. Aí fudeu, né? Onde o cara tá? Ai!
Can't believe you keep me.
Pode ser.
Bullets already? You know who I am?
Luckily, I had located some dynamite.
Time for you to lay down
I still,
and die.
however, had my work cut out for me.
Ai, bosta!
Get out of here, you coward! You can't beat me! Hold him off while I reload!
Tem uma pepita ali. Não sei aonde.
Stand still so I can kill you! I think he's scared!
Cara, é muito difícil, velho. É muito difícil. Meu cu mesmo, não é possível.
You can't hide forever! Are you kidding me? This is the last mistake you'll ever make! Damn! It's not fair! God damn it, I need some help here! Come on, boys!
Chamou a galera, hein?
He's done! Had enough? Ah! Stand still so I can kill you! Shit! I gotta reload! Like this cocksucker! Move it, boys!
Onde tem uma pepita aqui, bosta?
Get out of here! Time for you to lay down and die! Are you kidding me?
Gonna cut you a new one.
Beat that bastard!
Eventually, I brought that tunnel down. And that's when I met Kid Curry himself. He had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally.
You're gonna bleed.
Ah, é mesmo? Então vamos então. Não é pulso, não, mas esse jogo tem hora que dá vontade de socar ele, não é possível. Eu tô mirando no meio, a bala sai lá pra puta que pariu. Bota aqui, bosta.
As fast as he was,
Não dá pra entender.
I was just a bit faster. And as he lay wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me. Is that what this is about? Bob went with Butch and Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him.
Nossa senhora. Nem sabia que tinha mais disso.
Those were his last words.
Ah, eu queria pegar outra pepita ali, velho. Onde que tava ali? Ah, faltava uma só que no final ali, que eu não sei onde que tava. Mas tá bom.
So, Bob Bryant got away?
I knew I'd never find him in South America.
What about the other killer?
Yeah, you kinda glossed over that one.
Well, I found Jim not long after my showdown with Ringo. At the time, he was riding with the James Younger gang.
Bob Bryant.
Did I neglect to mention that?
Oh, Jesse James.
Jesse James? The greatest outlaw who ever lived?
Jesse and his kin rode with Quantrill when he raided Lawrence, Kansas, and killed near 200 people, boy.
Nothing great about that.
And from there, him and his brother went on to rob banks and trains from Kansas to Missouri.
Which is why there was such a rich bounty on their heads. 40 grand for both of them, dead or alive. That's one hell of a payday.
Vivo ou morto? Prefiro morto. Vivo tem chance de se fugir ainda. A morte cava... Vamos.
I confronted them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every which way. But I knew I'd have to fight my way forward if I was gonna find this Jim.
You calm down the thunder.
Caralho!
You're gonna have to do better than that. It's time to end this.
Pepita, eu quero pepita! Tem pepita, olha lá, tem pepita aqui. Pepita aqui, caralho.
You know who we are!
Now wait a second. How'd they stop this train in the first place?
Well, the James boys were experts at this.
Eu peguei uma pepita aí, velho. Diz a lenda que parava um trem. Caralho. Só de olhar pra ele. Porra, Jesse James era foda mesmo, hein?
They hopped a freight train having heard there was a big payroll in the express safe. So, I hopped the same train.
Uma caralho.
The James Younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota. So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. I was hoping to find my man and put a bullet in his head.
Tem mesmo?
Climbing around that train, I must have swallowed 100 damn bugs before I reached
James
that...
Younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Sounds like you hold them in high regard.
Everyone knows they were the most famous outlaw gang ever.
And you took them all on by your lonesome. Again. I'm finding this all a little hard to swallow, friend.
Well, maybe you need to wash it down with some whiskey. By the way, did I mention that that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
Aqui, ó. Ali, ó.
Kill that cocksucker!
Had enough?
Tá louco, cara? Você entra desse jeito aqui. Não é isso não. Cadê o outro que eu vi?
Die, you bastard!
You can run, but you can't hide.
Caramba, a arma é muito boa. Ó, fila de uma... Mesmo aqui. Vamos lá. Nossa, espingardeiro. Quebrar tudo, hein?
Anyway, excuse me, Ben. Where would I find the gentleman's facilities? Suddenly I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed snake. Well, I've had more than a few drinks, and I've been sitting here for quite a spell.
Right through there. Let me show you.
Então vai ficar essa lentidão aí?
I never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old drunk looking for some free liquor.
I don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be two bricks short of a load to believe that cock and bull story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off the bar.
But you seriously think that tired old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
Well, that's better. Did I mention that this Jim was married to the infamous Belle Starr?
Ia pegar tudo, viu? Dá pra pegar tudo, viu? Brincando.
Of course, I didn't learn that until later. Anyway, I made my way forward the best I could. Around the sides, over the roof. At some point, some bitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
Damn Pinkertons!
Ah, Pepita aqui.
Now, I never worked for that limey cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins. Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother. So it's no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted me dead.
Everybody's always mistaking you for somebody else, aren't they? Why is that, I wonder?
Don't rightly know, Jack. I'm just telling you how I remember it.
Desse jeito?
I bet you are.
Eu achei que era pra beber. Eu achei que era pra beber. Eu achei que era pra beber. Para de atirar, seu vagabundo.
Goddamn law dog!
Não pra beber, não tem onde beber?
Show yourself, coward!
Pode ser. Nossa.
I'll kill you!
Dá uma, negócio. Deixa eu ver.
come and get me, you got the guts!
Morri! Ah? Não vi vantagem nesse treino. Camada de bosta.
You don't wanna mess with us!
Não, resta aí.
You can run! Can't hide for a... You can't fight James, gang!
Não passei por aqui já?
You know who we are? Yeah, you know you can't beat me.
Para de atirar em mim, caralho! Tá louco? Respeita a polícia.
You bastard!
Como é que eu passo aqui? Tem como subir aqui? Ah.
This asshole don't know who he's up against.
Toma! No cabeçote!
I came across a flat car piled high with logs and had to come up with a creative way to make my way forward.
Olha que raiva, olha que raiva! Não! Toma na cabeça! Não tá lá no fundo, eu acho. Puta que pariu! Como é que sobe isso? Ah, tá.
I wondered if I was ever going to find the front of that train. Or the bastard I was after. Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Well, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Yes, I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Does it really matter, Jack? You're messing with the flow of the story here.
Tem uma metralhadora. Que mentira. Toma. Vamos lá, capeta. Tem uma pepita. Oh, opa, eu peguei todas. Oh, se eu tivesse esse bagulho de pepita, tava bonito no começo. Uia.
Son of a bitch!
Vai! Vai mais!
I'll kill you!
E aí? Meu Deus! O cara não morre!
I was looking for Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way.
O Jim?
And that included Jesse James himself.
Cadê o Jesse James? Caralho.
If I'm dead, so are you.
Vingardeiro, tô quase, subiu o Vinícius.
There sure were a lot of men determined to die that day.
Puta.
Can't hide forever.
Hello? Hello?
You don't want to mess with us. Come
Cara,
on,
não morre.
kill him.
Ruim também?
Come and get me, you got me.
Hã? Nossa, que coisa ruim da... Pior do que o outro.
Quer que bate banana uma vez?
Hã? Acho que a banana deve ser melhor.
It was then that Jesse detached the express car from the rest of the damn train.
Rapaz, eu ia baixar. Ele baixa lentamente. Ah, como que ele leva? Já tô baixado.
I could see Jesse waiting for me, fixing to kill me so he could get away with all that money.
É o Jesse James ali?
You had a showdown with Jesse James?
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah. Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben?
Mano, o negócio não fica.
Your past always catches up with you. Yeah, I didn't kill Jesse James. Just wounded him bad enough to convince him to hang up his guns.
What about that Jim fella? What happened to him?
I figure he was up front with a gun to the engineer's head. That bastard slipped away again. I'll tell you how I got him. But first I need to wet my whistle.
Mas dá pra matar com honra? O que tem que fazer? Tem que esperar alguma coisa? A frescura deles atirando em mim? Ué. Sem aqui não tem perdão mesmo, não.
After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that son of a bitch, Jim.
Teu irmão, Frank.
I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. A perfect place to hide out from the authorities. In fact, before I could find them, some Indians who fled the res and were hiding out from the military found me first. They probably thought I was a cavalry scout and didn't want me telling the military where they were.
Indians?
Yeah, they could have been Cheyenne, but there was all sorts of renegades roaming the landscape back then.
Nossa senhora, tô estragando o velório de todo mundo ali. Combos maiores durante a concentração. Bolsos grandes de caçador. Tá bom. Esse jogo aqui, ô Cross, é aquele jogo que a Steam deu de graça lá. Jogo da hora, velho. Tá acabando minha bala?
Hey, how about another whiskey, Ben? Nothing better to soothe the troubled soul. Now, where was I? Indians, right. I had more than my share of run-ins with the Red Ones. Like that time. Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir. You did.
Of course I did. In fact, I could still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again?
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul. You will come to this place again and kill many more men.
Ô, louco, cara. Ali. Puta merda, tem um monte. Cara, que monte!
And the darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
Tem um ali, ó. Acabou a bola!
So, did you ever find it? Who? The man you are after.
Let me ask you something, Ben. Do you ever think about death?
Segredinho.
Mr. Graves, are you all right?
Oh, death. Oh, death.
O que tá cantando? Nossa senhora, que coisa mais ruim da...
Ruim?
Pensei que era líquido, isso aí é grosso.
É, porque é banana.
Won't you spare me over to another year? What is this that I can't see with ice cold hands taking hold of me? Well, I am death, none can excel. I'll open the door to heaven or hell. Oh, death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day? Oh, death. Oh, death, won't you spare me over till another year?
So, are you gonna answer the question?
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find him?
Reed was indeed that son-bitch's surname. That's right, Ben. A despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop me.
Pega o jacaré.
Nothing.
Pega o jacaré aí. Aí, pega o jacaré. Aí, boa. Frank James. Hey.
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul who came anywhere close. I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse. I couldn't really disagree with the man, as I thought Jesse was dead then as well.
Lily liver bastard!
Eu fiquei preso!
He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle on me.
Qual que é essa? Sai daí que eu não tô enxergando. Não. Ai, corno, sai daí.
Hell, I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers, fathers, sons.
I think you were just looking for justice, sir.
Is that what I was looking for, Dwight? Is that what it was? Justice?
Ai!
Isn't that why you were hunting the James gang?
The James gang. Right.
Ah,
I
nem
finally
vi.
found Frank holed up in his mountain cabin, and he was
Puta
determined to
merda.
have me dead.
Eu fui abaixar ele no canto.
It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite? On your person?
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just laying out the facts as I remember them, Jack.
We got us a Brady pack! And that son of a bitch!
Come here!
Take him out! He's just one man!
Caramba. Puta, velho, que demora pra trocar de arma. É brincadeira, né? Tá de sacanagem com a minha cara. Toma.
And that son of a bitch! Take him
This
out!
is gonna hurt.
He's just one man! Put him down! I want that bastard dead!
Pega nós aí, malandro. Recarregamento rápido do rifle, que tá precisando também. Vai tomar. Pega a bolsa logo.
He's only one man! Come out from behind there!
That old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
With Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life! Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will! At this point, I just don't give a shit!
I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else.
You want Reed? Have at him! I never did like that bastard! I am done here!
We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
Oh, vai vai ficar esse aqui é o Frank. Tá.
So, what happened with Reed?
Well, I finally found the last of the gang hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts.
Que isso, cara?
But I was determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again.
Dead man!
Paz.
But rather than wander in willy-nilly, I decided it would be better to smoke that son-of-a-bitch out. Hey, Reed! I shouted. No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Belle Starr. While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me.
5, não é possível.
Son of a bitch!
Tem alguém aqui?
It was then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him? Why won't this asshole die?
Mano, não é possível. Ave Maria, parece que a bala não tá acertando, cara. Você mira no cara, a bala não acerta, sabe?
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him?
Enfim. Olha. Cover me o caralho. Cara. Muito cara. Demora pra mim.
Eventually, it was just me and Reed. I had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers.
Por que falou desonrado, cara? Não tô entendendo essa parte de desonrado. Ah, eu vou matar logo, que foda-se. Que merda de desonrada é essa? O desvio não vai. Entra, foi ter.
And repay him I did.
E eu desviei umas 500 vezes. Do mesmo jeito. Morto com o quê? Morto com ovo, o quê?
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty beat.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character. Seems a shame you never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him.
Tem mais?
6 months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang. I tracked them down, hoping that Roscoe Bob Bryant had returned with them.
So you're saying they didn't die down in Bolivia?
That's what I'm saying.
O bom, o mal e o morto.
40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers. Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now.
É outro cara ali, não é? Não.
Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant, that son of a bitch had managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years. By now, he had to be close to 70.
But for all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others. For instance, did my thirst for vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. I was furious as hell at that bastard for making me who I am.
Bota assim.
Ready to meet your what? Nothing could stop me from taking his life. I'd been after that killer forever. From the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Ô, capeta.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Apareceu alguma coisa ali embaixo, hein?
Suddenly, it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades.
Tem uma aqui. Aonde, cara? É aqui dentro, mano. Não é possível. Onde? Meu Deus, tá aqui! Novo nível. Eu vou pegar isso, dedos rápidos, pra liberar a sentinela do caos. Tem ela aqui? Cara. Sentinela do caos. Só pegamos. Pra onde vai? Como é que vai ali? Aqui, onde que eu tava indo? Aqui assim, ó. Mas não é, né? Por cima? Agora foi.
Town was falling apart, just like me.
Tem uma cidade? Tá vindo ali. Tem alguma coisa pra cá? Nada.
But I wasn't about to call it quits.
Nem sei de onde tava esse cara. Pepita aqui, ó. Vem, Pepita. Faltam duas. Puta que pariu.
Even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Graves, are you all right?
Easy,
Would you like some water?
The Wild Bunch knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in the grave of a dead amigo. Some folks think the town is haunted, so they figured there wouldn't be many people poking around.
Aqui em cima, então. Cadê? Opa! Falta uma. Easy, boy.
I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse.
Kill that old timer.
But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
Cara, o que aconteceu? Mano, essa arma aí parece que é ridícula.
Put that geezer in the ground.
Olha isso.
He's got company. Bury that old asshole.
Olha.
That old fart ain't right in the head. Blowing your ass up. Kill that old timer. Over there.
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us the tale.
Actually, in that moment, I did not prevail.
So I suppose we're talking to a ghost.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack. Because when I woke up...
From the dead?
There was silence all around me. I could swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy the kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop.
Cadê?
Here and there. Even over there.
So I am right. You are touched in the head.
Mr. Graves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer. Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing. I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past. Perhaps all my sins were coming back to haunt me and drag me down to perdition.
Esse cara é mentiroso, hein? Cidade fantasma. Beleza, agora tem cidade. Não dá pra enxergar os fantasmas.
I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me.
Ah, mas é um vagabundo! Estaca a bomba também! Cadê o outro? Ai! Que isso? É bomba?
But in the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remembered him.
Não tem função, velho. Acabou? Oh, 4 de 4. Mano, falar pra você, eu gosto do capeta. Capeta do marfim. Sobe. Bem melhor, velho.
Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun.
Não é possível. Como que eu já tá... O jogo me bota nessa enrascada já. Morri. Jogo do céu, cara. Tinha que ser lá, velho. Quando você me bota... Eu acho que vou ter que pegar o bagulho de novo, né, velho? Oh, meu cu! Não dá pra ver. Não dá pra ver. Ai, meu Deus. Essa tá fogo, viu? Seus bosta. Cara, não morre, velho! Cadê as balas que eu tinha visto aquela hora? Eu já morri. Ai, de novo! Não tem condição. Ai! Tem condição. Morreu! Não dá pra saber, cara. Olha.
But in the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remembered him.
Vai nos seus cu. Vai, tô aqui.
Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. But no ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit with a fallen branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Hey!
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Ai! Ai, desculpa. Meu Deus, cara. Mano, esse bagulho é muito roubado, velho.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Não dá pra ver. Não dá pra ver por causa da árvore. Ai, meu Deus do céu. Essa arma é uma bosta.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Meu Deus, que monte!
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead.
Ai, morri. Não é possível, velho. Na onde eu tenho que ficar, então? Mentira. Morri. Nossa, que parte difícil do cacete!
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead.
Ah, era bosta! Ai! Anda, tira! Cara, não morreu?
George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed. Each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy.
Thought?
Mano, não tem jeito, velho. Não tem jeito. Eu acho que nem sei que eu tenho que ficar parado aí. Que nem um retardado.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead.
Tem que acabar mesmo. E é um monte, velho.
George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond.
Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed. Each one deader than the next.
Ai, bosta! Olha um monte lá.
Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
Aonde?
The Sundance Kid?
Like a general leading his legion of the dead.
You told us before that you'd seen him alive.
He was alive. Then I heard a voice call to me from afar. It was Robert Leroy Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Cadê?
Thanks for taking care of that bastard.
Nossa, pai do céu. E aí, fudeu. O bom, o mal e o morto.
But the kid wasn't quite deceased. Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you.
You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
You frittered it all away, Butch. Etta's mine. And so is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
Ih, fodeu. QE para o impasse. Use QE para mudar seu foco para o inimigo que estiver olhando para você. Cadê? QE. Q. E. Q. Ah, tá olhando pra mim. E. Que? E. Que? Meu Deus. Cara, isso é difícil? Não sei, seu filho da puta.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid died there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
Toma! Porra, o caralho! Carregando final! Toma tiro na boca!
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend, but it ain't the truth.
So, you never found Bob?
There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
Oh man, I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
Escolha o seu destino. Vingança ou redenção? Caralho! Vingança, vamos ver. Dá pra colocar, fazer outro?
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Here. I won't have it said that I left you with nothing.
That's how you want it? So be it.
Vamos lá.
Holy shit! Dwight, Molly, move against that wall. Go!
Oh my God! Oh, Jesus!
Morto.
Did you know it was him all along?
Cassidy told me Bob was in Abilene before he died. But I wasn't sure Ben was my man until he revealed how much he knew about Ringo and Reed. The coin, of course. Well, that was the last nail in that particular coffin.
I better go get the sheriff.
You okay, boy? You're looking mighty shook up.
Dwight, maybe you best go home. Young Eisenhower here is leaving for West Point tomorrow. He shouldn't get caught up in something like this.
I think I might head out myself at this juncture. Unless you want to stop me, Jack.
No, sir, Mr. Greaves.
So where you going now? Now that you had your revenge?
Doesn't really matter, does it? As I've sold my soul for it, and will never again walk with those I have lost.
Starting.
Won't you spare me over till another year?
Eu vou ver se dá pra colocar redenção pra mim ver se tem outro final. Vamos ver se dá pra colocar o outro final lá. Agora o novo jogo está disponível. Começa a história novamente com todas as habilidades e armas que já desbloqueou. Agora o nível de dificuldade verdadeiro S está disponível. Jogar, história, e esse continuar. Quero ver o final, se dá pra mudar.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty beat.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character. Seems a shame you never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him. Six months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang.
Mentira que eu tenho que fazer de novo o bagulho do bom e o mal. Pra fazer o bagulho da redenção.
40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers. Not even an army of...
Deixa eu ver. Oh!
40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers. Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now.
Quem sai desse bagulho da frente, cara?
Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant, that son of a bitch had managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years. By now, he had to be close to 70.
But for all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others. For instance, did my thirst for vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. I was furious as hell at that bastard for making me who I am. A man with no family, no friends. Nothing could stop me from taking his life. I'd been after that killer forever. From the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Suddenly it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades. The town was falling apart, just like me.
What?
But I wasn't about to call it quits. Even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Graves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The Wild Bunch knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in a grave of a dead amigo. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse. But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
Vou fazer o outro final e acabou.
Put that geezer in the ground! Kill that old timer!
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us the tale.
Actually, in that moment, I did not prevail.
So I suppose we're talking to a ghost.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack.
Véi, ainda tem... Eu habilitei...
Because when I woke up...
O mais difícil nesse jogo.
From the dead?
Eu já tô jogando difícil. Tem o
There was
mais.
silence all around me.
Tem pior ainda.
I could swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy the Kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop. Here and there. Even over there.
So I am right. You are touched in the head.
Mr. Graves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer. Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing. But I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past. Perhaps all my sins were coming back to haunt me and drag me down to perdition.
capeta. Já vi.
I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me.
Ai, bosta! Que? Mano, não é possível.
And in the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remembered him.
Ai! Não tem bala? Não, ali tem, quer ver? Pô, esse jogo aqui é muito bom, velho. Pelo amor de Deus.
Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. But no ghost army was stopping me.
Tô no final já.
My father-in-law got hit with a falling branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Filha da... É rapidinho.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Isso é rápido. Cadê?
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan.
Cadê?
Guardians of the Garden of the Dead.
Ai, bostinha!
George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond.
Ai!
Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy.
Thought?
Ai, ai, não! Não! Ai, que inferno! Não! Meu Deus. Morri no último.
Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
The Sundance Kid?
Like a general leading his legion of the dead.
You told us before that you'd seen him alive.
He was alive.
Não, eu fui pro lado dele. Não é possível que vai começar de novo naquele bagulho, né? Eu devia ter usado a 12 ali. Ah, não dá.
Then I heard a voice call to me from afar. It was Robert Leroy Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks for taking care of that bastard.
Ah, agora aquele bagulho de novo, meu Deus. O cu lá. Dá pra pular isso? É um cu essa parte, viu?
But the kid wasn't quite deceased. Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you.
You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
You frittered it all away, Butch. Etta's mine. So is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
O cara atirou em mim, que filha da puta, velho. É no outro burro. No outro, caralho. Jumento. Não vai ficar olhando pra mim, né? Ah, morreu os três, cara. É brincadeira. Ô, jumento, burro. Vai. Fica o bagulho direito aqui. Eu vou matar esse filho de uma égua, velho. Eu vou partir pra cima desse filho da puta. Aquela hora deu certo, velho. É o C, né? Ah, nossa, que raiva! Olha aí! Toma,
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid died there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
Os dois bosta. Mano, o banho. Dois viadinhos. Tá. Agora eu vou colocar...
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend, but it ain't the truth.
So, you never found Bob?
There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
Oh man, I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
Vamos fazer o outro final agora. Vou escolher Redenção.
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Wanted to suss you out, Bob. See what kind of man you turned out to be. Maybe prod you into drawing on me. See, all those years on your trail turned me into a killer. Can't even remember who I was before you tried to murder me. You, on the other hand, walked that very same path in exactly the opposite direction.
What do you mean by that?
You think your life is worth sparing, Bob? Boy, what's your name again?
It's Eisenhower, sir. Dwight Eisenhower.
What do you plan to do with your life, Dwight Eisenhower?
Tomorrow I'll be leaving for West Point, sir.
So, you want to be a soldier? Well, then do it right, son. Don't tear down the world out of anger and spite like I did. You build it up. You do something decent with your life, you hear me?
Sir? Yes, sir.
I won't have it said I left you with nothing, Bob. Won't you spare me over till another year?
Acabamos. Novamente os dois finais. Tá aí terminado. Dois finalzinhos. Deixa eu ver o que vai habilitar agora. Vai habilitar aquele bagulho de novo, né? Deixa eu ver o que aconteceu aqui. Ah, faltou bastante coisa, velho. Tipo esses segredinhos aqui, ó. Faltou pegar. Agora é fácil de pegar os segredinhos. 29 de 54 coletado. Conquistas. Deixa eu ver. 14 de 26. Pegue todas as pepitas de... Conclua todas as missões arcade. Consiga 3 estrelas em qualquer missão arcade. Todas as estrelas no modo arcade. Todas as habilidades no modo história. Mate um pássaro durante um duelo vitorioso. Caralho, dá pra fazer isso? Lute em concentração por 15 minutos. 15 minutos? Atire numa dinamite aérea e no inimigo que arremessou durante uma única concentração. Eu fiz isso, por que não contou? Completa a história na dificuldade verdadeiro oeste. Esse modo arcade é o que? Ah, tá. Complete a história na verdadeiro oeste. Termine o desafio do duelo vencendo todos os duelos de... Mate. Esse... Missão arcade é estranho ali, ó. Deixa eu ver. Jogar arcade. Condado de Lincoln. Ah, dá pra jogar outro dia. O modo história já era. Vou só liberar aqui. Eu acho que vou pegar todas essas cartas aqui. Muito fácil pegar. Hora que eu tô com... Bom! Terminamos. Call of Juarez Gunslinger. Terminamos. Deixa eu ver o que falta. O que falta agora dos jogos aqui. Isso aqui agora eu vou fazer tudo em offline. Se eu for jogar Call of Juarez aí, eu vou fazer... Jogar esse modo de arcade e os desafios no... É o que eu jogar mesmo. Só. O que falta? Tá bom, vamos ver o que saiu aqui de... Nada. Bom, vamos terminar o Zio em ponto. Eu gostei, muito bom game. Vou ver se eu jogo amanhã cedo. Vou ver se eu jogo. Se eu jogar, vou jogar amanhã cedinho, eu vou jogar o... Pra me pegar todas as cartas. Aí eu vou jogar no fácil, né? Só pra fazer. Bom, gente, vou ficando por aqui. Boa noite a todos. Fiquem com Deus. Bom descanso. Até amanhã. Falou! Fui! Amanhã voltaremos com Valhai. Fui!